Yeah, okay. Right. The recording has started as well. So let me just minimize it. Okay, guys. So yesterday we started with the first unit of your ECO-01, and this unit basically deals with the basics of business, that what business is, right? And after that, we what business is basically, it's an economic activity that is means of earning livelihood. Where is it? Do I do this is the thing, huh? You can, yeah. So we started with this basics of business, and business was what business is. It's an economic activity that through which you earn your livelihood by means of creating such want satisfying products and services for the customers, the ultimate consumer, and you get profit in return. You need to do it on regular basis, right? And risk is your risk is pervasive in this function of this. Okay. And then we did bifurcation between the difference between business profession and your employment. This question is a staple question, usually comes in assignments and in exams as well. So write in a tabular form. You can start off with the writing small paragraphs, and then you can go ahead and do it in a tabular form. The tabular form is much better. Okay. And we discussed the nature, the objectives of business. Then we discussed business when you are primarily doing two activities, namely, when you can bifurcate them into sub criteria, that is your industry and commerce. Industry was primarily concerned with creation of goods, where you were consuming raw materials into final goods or semi-finished goods, whereas your commerce was primarily taking care of the facilitation business between uh, how the hands get changed, like how the the products are reached from point of uh, production to the point of consumption. How do you bridge that gap? You bridge that gap through commerce, and commerce had two parts. That was trade and auxiliaries to trade. Uh, Trade and auxiliaries to trade, and we discussed that trade was nothing but exchange of goods and services, and the trade was this thing. Types of industries was also discussed, and trade and auxiliaries to trade. Auxiliaries to trade were of five types. We discussed this as well, and this is what we will be doing today as well, the continuation of this. And then we discussed about the organization of business. Once we know that okay, what business is, we need to start the business and see how what form it can take. Starting with the basic form, that was the sole proprietorship. We discussed that sole proprietorship or nothing but a one person managing the business. There was no separation of business and ownership. It was all the same, and because of this factor, the liability was limited. Sorry, unlimited. And unlimited liability simply means that even if your personal assets could be sold off in case you need to pay off the third party, if you are closing the business. So that is what was sole proprietorship. But there was a personalized touch. The money required was not much. The formalities to start up this business was not much. It has its own pros and cons. If the owner dies, the business dies. Okay. And then if you think that okay, you are well established and you are doing a good job of managing one center or one shop, you may talk to your friends and they are like, I gave an example of maybe a coaching center, that suppose if one teacher is teaching law, you can contact your friends. Some people might teach math, some might teach science, history, like that. So partnership was a better or a mature form of sole proprietorship, we can say, where there were pooling of resources. The sole proprietor is the one who was solely responsible of getting all the resources done and organizing all of that. Whereas when we talk about partnership, there are at least two people involved, two or more, we say. Okay. So this partnership gives you a chance to expand your business. The scale expands, the scale increases. You can deal with more people. Sole proprietor has limitation. Like I gave an example of pharmacy. Like if so many people comes in a pharmacy at one point of time, or a grocery store in one point of time, the attendant who is attending you will have a tough time. So there's a limit to which a sole proprietor can serve. So when partnership comes into play, you have more hands on deck. There are more people involved. Some might have the money, some might have the time. We discuss the type of partners as well, and we discussed that it is always better to have a partnership document in written, which was known as the partnership deed. Whatever the partners decide, they can just write it down and they can go about it. There's nothing like you have to share losses or profits. You might share profits, you might share losses. It is all dependent upon how the contract comes into play. After partnership, we discussed joint Hindu family business. It's a very peculiar kind of business organization that is found in India, based on Inheritance Act, Hindu Inheritance Act, and for this you need at least generational property. You need to inherit that property. There has to be at least 3 generations involved, and only by that you can you will be doing this kind of business. And how to become the member of the business? You just need to be born in that family. The head of the family is karta. He is the person who is solely responsible of decision making. Again, the liability is unlimited. See, the first 3 points we discussed: sole proprietor, HUF, and your partnership form. In all of these three, the this liability is unlimited, right? Simply meaning that your personal assets could be sold off in case of when the business is closed and you need to pay off debts. I hope that everyone knows karza, the obligation that you need to pay to the third party. And after that comes into play is your joint stock company. That is like a very mature form of business organization, whereas all these are like basic organizations, we say, depending upon again what resources you have at hand, what is your goal about going about the business. Because when we talk about the company, it is usually involving huge investment. If you talk about comparison between all these forms of business, so they would be requiring a lot of investment, a lot of expertise, and a lot of formalities to be done. Up till now, till partnership firm, not many formalities were required, very basic requirements, and you could just go about it. But when we talk about company, things get a little bit technical, little bit more serious, because this Companies Act 2013 is like governs when you talk about the company. And whenever we talk about, say, like the word company, we say, so if you take up the act and you read the definition of this, it's a very vague definition. It just says that any company that is registered under the Companies Act 2013 is a company. That is basically the definition of company written in the Companies Act 2013, and 1956 before that. It got amended in 2013. Okay, but we need to define what actually company is. Okay, till now I have been saying that there is no separation between the ownership, the management of the company. Okay, but when we talk about company here, you can easily bifurcate the two. And why I am repeating this, because students get very confused. Okay, why is it such a big deal that you need to separate the ownership and the management? So the rationale is basically that the company is doing all the decision making. The company, through its board of directors, I hope you must have heard this term, board of directors. Through its board of directors is the one that does the decision making. Whatever deals are signed, they are signed on the letterhead of that company, and there is a common seal that you have to place on that. So which seals the deal basically. So that is why this company has its own separate legal entity, its own presence, if I may say, an artificial person, which is born through a process other than natural birth. And that's where the promoters comes into play. We will discuss promotion in like another 10-15 minutes. Promoter is basically a person who gives birth to the company, who is the person of contact if you want to establish a company. Okay, so company corporation means the same thing, and first thing that you need to remember is that it's a voluntary association of persons. Voluntary association of persons meaning these people have come voluntarily to having same goals and visions and same uh, you know goals to go ahead with. It's a separate legal entity. I hope this is clear. Just remember this thing. It's a artificial person created by law, having its own separate legal entity and perpetual succession. Perpetual succession means even if the owners die, the company will go on forever. How new board of directors will come, new shareholders will come, like that. So it goes on forever. So if we say it has perpetual succession, okay, and it is not 1956. It's 2013 Act, India Companies Act 2013. Management and ownership are different. Capital is through shares, which are transferable. Now it depends what kind of company it is. In the private company, that shares are not transferable. अब ये क्या होता है? What is this? I'll explain. Let us go to its features. Then I'll tell you. Okay. First thing is that it's a limited liability thing over here. Until now, we were discussing unlimited liability, but it is a problem because you have earned so much, you have so much assets, and just to pay off the creditors, just to pay off the debt, your own personal assets are being sold. So it's kind of a loss for you. So the company offers the advantage of limited liability. Yesterday, I explained what basically limited liability means. The limited thing can be done by two ways. It is either limited by guarantee or limited by shares. I explained to you guys that there could be some simple arrangement between the company that the owners of the company, that okay, if in case there is winding up, if we are going to close the company and we need to pay off the debt, so let us guarantee this thing. Suppose I will be only paying 1 crore. I won't be paying more than that. And if everyone agrees to it, it is all written in the Articles of Association, Memorandum of Association of the company. I'll tell you what that is. These are basically the most important documents when you create a company. Memorandum of Association, that is the MOA, and you have your Articles of Association, that is your AOA. These are the basic documents that are required when you are opening a company. You need to register them with the registrar of companies, and then that's how you incorporate a company and you commence business. That's all pure law I'm talking about. You don't need to go into that deep. You just need to know what we are doing over here. Okay. So by guarantee, it simply means the amount that you have guaranteed to pay when the company closes, when the company is bound up. That is limited by guarantee. So here there is like, okay, if I pay 1 crore and nothing else I need to pay. And similarly, limited by shares means the unpaid amount of share. Remember this thing. I'm pretty sure like most of you would know what shares are. That it's nothing but the whole capital of the company is broken down into small pieces known as the shares. It has a value. A share can be of rupees 1, 2, 10,000, 1 crore. It depends. It depends upon the company, how much what price it wants to give its share. Okay, so the share, when you are offering it to public through IPO, that is initial public offering, or we'll be discussing this in finance, but just know this thing, that when the shares are up for grabs, up in the market, and suppose the share is for 10 rupees, the company does not require you to pay the whole 10 rupees in one go. They ask installments of that. The first installment is known as basically the application money. When you say want to buy a share, you'll fill up a form, okay, and with that form you will be paying say rupees 2. So that is your application money. And when the company allots you the share, they will ask more money. And then there is first call, second call, like that. This is all a little bit of a commerce topics that I'm telling you. Many of you who are not from the commerce background might be saying, might be getting confused. Please don't. You don't again need to write this down. I'm just trying to explain this to you, that what is happening over here. So simply, the capital is broken down into smaller pieces known as shares. Share has value. It depends upon the company what value it would have. The share, when you buy the share, the whole money is not, you are not required to pay upfront. They ask in installments. The first installment is your application money, then you have allotment money, and first call say you have paid 6 rupees till date. Okay, you are now a shareholder of the company, and 4 rupees is still unpaid. So when the company gets bound up, when the company gets closed, it is that time when this 4 rupees is called. So this is what we mean by limited liability. Uh, in case of limited, if in case of the company is limited by shares, okay, limited by shares and limited by guarantee. So it's a good feature of the corporation that you are not required to pay a lot of money. Your own personal assets won't be sold off, so you are safe over here. Okay, then easily raise capital. You just go to the market and you sell your shares. You can raise the money easily. It does not have any cap on it. Just your memorandum of association should mention it. Your memorandum of association is the charter of the company. It's the most important document of the company. Okay, and if it says that okay, ABC Limited, public limited can raise in its lifetime 1,000 crores. Okay, so 1,000 crores is the maximum amount that the company can raise. It again, you can decide whatever amount you want to write in your memorandum. That's it. Unlimited life, yes. Even if the owners die, the company will go on forever because it has a separate legal entity. It is different from its owners. Ease of transfer of ownership. Of course, you ownership. What is ownership? It is basically if you have shares of the company, you are the shareholder of the company. You are the owner of the company. And majority person who has maximum of the shares, like 51%, more than 51%, that will become the major shareholder. So you can easily just transfer your rights to someone else in case of public company, not in case of private company. Okay. See, it's a lot of information, especially for the students who are not from commerce background. You may be, feeling ki why are we listening to all of this? But please don't think like that, because this is the first time if you are, getting acquainted with these terms. So at least by listening to it, you would know ki okay, we are supposed to do this as well and that as well. Okay. Whereas if you just go about and try to do it on your own, it will be very cumbersome, burdensome as well. So it's good that you are here, you attending the class, because at least you would know that okay, this is what is happening. The disadvantage is the formation is not easy. Yes, when you are forming the company, you need to have lawyers with you who are doing the proper this paperwork, because whatever you have written in the charters or this memorandum of association, AOA, and all these formalities that you need to do while you are incorporating the company, and you just go about you omit something, you misrepresent something, so it can have very serious consequences. So the formation is not easy, it takes time. Sometimes you want a name of the corporation, it's not available. Excessive government regulation, of course, there's corporate taxes, there's dividend tax, and there are n number of regulations that the government has put on corporations ever since these scams started happening. So of course there's a very this regulations that monitoring authorities and supervision is happening of how a company is run. I don't know if how many of you would have heard about shell companies or paper companies. These companies are basically created just to launder money, just to make people like they just want to fool people that okay, it's a company, but they're just using it as a front. I don't know if you've heard of it or not, but then yeah. So people create companies to make a fool out of government as well at times. So yeah, so that's why there is excessive control regulations on formation of companies. Then you are delaying policy decisions because the board of director is the one that is doing the decision making. So you have to wait till the AGM, that is general meeting, to actually go about it. So there can be delay in policy decisions or whatever decisions you are doing, and control by a group. Be controlled by a group. This if you can remember this, just hold this in your mind, because this control thing will come into play when we do finance, and later on you would know that even in a company there are very few players who have the ultimate power. Okay, and the rest of them are just doing what they decide. So definitely there is concentration of power in a company, That is the people who own majority of the equity shares. Okay, so just remember this thing. I'll definitely touch upon this again. Okay, so see, there are a lot of type of companies. If you see in your notes, that is your statutory company. You have this private company, public company, government company, one man company. Okay, but all these are like not much of our concern, because we only talk about and we only want to know about private company and public company. See, statutory company is a company for which a proper act is created, proper statute of parliament is passed, a bill is passed, and a statutory company is created. But I think it has been shunned by the Companies Act. So let us focus on only private and public company for now. Private company is a company in which there are minimum 2 people and maximum 50 shareholders. Okay. Why we say private? Because when you go to raise the money, it is done privately, which is known as private placement of shares. Like in case of public company, where the money can be raised through public. Here, in case of private company, there may be very few players who would be providing the money. You can say it's an extension of partnership, okay, but with the benefits of a company. So here there are again limited number of people who are bringing in the money, and they have sufficient funds to create the company. We are not concerned with where the money is coming from. So that is known as private placement of shares. Of course, shares are there and they are not transferable. You, abhi upar we heard, like we read that the shares are transferable. They are only transferable in case of public companies. Okay, so private companies, in case of private companies, these shares are not transferable, and they cannot be like traded. They are uh, like the public shares, the public companies shares. They are basically dealt with on the stock exchanges, and of course lesser regulations since it's an extension of partnership firm. So there are lesser regulations as compared to public. Public is a full blown form of a company. Okay. Okay. Is there a question or something? Yeah. So public company, minimum number of shares, 7 shareholders, no maximum limit. You can list your companies on the stock exchange and you can start dealing. See, listing is one thing that is very necessary for if you want to have some credibility in the market, have some market standing. That okay, see, what is basically happening once you what is listing? Listing is simply getting your name in the list that a stock exchange has. Stock when you get listed, the people know that okay, this company is a listed company on a stock exchange. So stock exchange must have taken proper what do you call that, proper precautions in looking into the company, and it might not be a fraud company, it's a genuine company, so we can deal with it. So it gives us confidence to the investors. So it's always better to have your company listed on a stock exchange. Okay, and through a stock exchange is basically a secondary market. Again, it's a finance term, we'll come back to it. Just know this thing, that public companies are basically traded on stock exchanges. Okay, the shares are freely transferable in case of public companies, and your this all the this regulations and Companies Act rules and regulations are applicable on a public company. So yeah, it was a very brief introduction for company. I'll go back to the notes and see if we missed anything. Yeah. Okay. Talking about cooperative society, cooperative societies rise out from the rationale of self-help groups. Okay. So when we are talking about cooperative societies, the government basically is trying to promote entrepreneurship. Okay, in a sense, they want people to come together Like I'll give you example of farmers. Okay, what does farmers do through cooperative societies? See, suppose they have produce. Okay, suppose we talk about rice. All right, so there are 10 or more producers, and they come together and they basically pool their rice, uh, produce whatever rice they have produced, and they take out a ratio out of it. Suppose some has 100 kilos, some has 1,000 kilos, so you take out a ratio out of it. So what they do is that they themselves elect members, so themselves elect people who will represent them, and they go to the market and sell it off, and whatever money they get from there, they come back and they distribute the profit in the same ratio of whatever produce they had pulled. So again, it's a voluntarization of a person, and the rationale is to promote self help, promote social welfare of the society. So I like Amul started as a cooperative society where this milk producers were basically pooling all their milk produced. It gets a lot of benefits from the government as well, and it comes in under Cooperative Societies Act 1912. Voluntarization minimum required is 10. Basically, cooperative societies give rationale to producer companies. You don't need to know what producer company is, but it is the same rationale where they just the government wants to create people helping themselves. Uh, rural areas, there are a lot of cooperative societies that make pakka houses for its members. Like you pool all your money, you pool all your land, and then you go and contact people who make houses for you, and they distribute them according to whatever things they had contributed. Easy formation, limited liability. Again, there's limited liability over here. There's democratic management, like I said, that they and themselves elect people who would be representing them in dealings, in meetings. So there's democratic management, and of course you get assistance and aids from the central and the state government both. So there is a lot of advantages of doing it. You have cooperative banks as well, where they are pooling their money and keeping it. So, like partnership, there's also possibility of conflict, and decision-making process is long, and of course, they are limited to whatever resources they have. They can't go and raise money from the public. They're barred from that. So, they are basically cooperating between themselves. So, not enough capital is there. So, whatever resources they have to make do with it. This is done. This was a brief of your forms of business organization. Again, I'm telling that how do you choose what kind of form you want to go about. It again depends upon what kind of business you are into, what kind of manpower you have, what kind of money you have, and like again, what if you want the decision making power in your hands, or if you want to dilute it. Again, it depends upon these factors. Okay. After this, there is the topic called entrepreneurship. Entrepreneur. Basically, businessman and entrepreneur are used interchangeably. But when we talk about entrepreneurship, I told you guys yesterday as well that it is primarily concerned with two uh, like two points which differentiates a businessman from an entrepreneur, and that was risk taking and innovation. So when you add risk taking and innovation in a business's definition, the businessman will become an entrepreneur. Okay, so risk taking, I told you that he just goes forward with whatever vision he has, and he just take all those hard, heavy decisions that are required. Because see, I told you yesterday as well that there is a very positive relationship, a very uh, positive trade-off between risk and return. The more risk you take, the more reward you get. So entrepreneurs aims for that. That is why he is ready to take that much risk. And risks is something that again is definitely pervasive in a business. It's all along, all there in a business. But when we talk about entrepreneurship, he is more of a go-getter. He is like, okay, let me analyze the market, let me see if there is a demand or not. So he does all of that, right from conception of an idea till taking it to its end. Okay, and there is another word called promoter. I mentioned it few minutes ago. Who is a promoter? Promoter is a person who basically creates a company. Okay, and again, the promoter and entrepreneur can be used interchangeably, right? So, if we talk about entrepreneurship definition, you can see, and this characteristics of an entrepreneurship can be asked in your assignment and your again exam and in a short note. So you can write just write it down. This is a very hardworking person, and these simple like a lot of points are there. Okay, so he's basically someone who is not afraid of taking decisions and going about what he believes in. I gave an example of Steve Jobs as well yesterday. That once this touch phone came, and there was a like huge risk that he took going from he started in phases, basically starting with the iPod and giving screen to the iPod, and because that had touch. No, that was a dial thing, and then eventually he shifted to the touch thing, and then all companies. And right now, if we talk about innovation, I think Samsung is the leader because with its Samsung Fold and flip phones, I don't think so. I mean, it's a great innovation, I would say. I mean, because we have seen the bar phones that we have in our hands, that touch phones, but this is something different. So it made a lot of Apple users shift to Samsung, shift to Android. Although again, brand loyalty is something that is you just can't measure it. Brand loyalty, if you talk about, but yeah, it is one of like amazing. Like even I was like amazed, and I'm a hardcore iOS user, but then I was like, there are huge chances that I might shift to Samsung just because of that uh, innovation that they brought. There has been no major uh, design change if you talk about Apple. So after Steve Jobs died, innovation died with him. So to be an entrepreneur, you need to have innovation. Amazon started as I don't know if you know, guys. It started as a bookstore basically. They only dealt with books, and with time they just kept on adding. Look where they are now. They are into banking business as well, and that's how you do. You grow with time. Nokia was one player who did not change with time, so it was swept out of the market. At one point of time, it had so good phones, and it's even like it tried to sustain itself. It tried to merge with Windows and bring Android phones, but it just could not sustain in the market. So you need to be proactive. If you're an entrepreneur, you have to be proactive and keep on seeing the dynamics of a market, analyze market. You know, yeah. The next important question is your functions of an entrepreneur, organization, basically. You know, getting things done somehow, anyhow. You need to bring all the factors that are there, and you need to organize them. You need to get the money, get the contacts, get the marketing thing done, and get things started. So entrepreneur does that. Okay, he is someone who has all these contacts, and yeah, assumption of risk, decision making. Okay, so okay, let me just brief as well. Give you brief as well. So managerial functions basically are of these like five. You start with planning. You need to have a vision. You need to have a plan that this I'm supposed to do. I'm okay. This is the market that I'm going to enter. This is where my office will be. This is where this is like my target market. Suppose I specialize in children's toys. So this is my specialized toy. So you need to plan first, and then when you have planned, you need to organize. You actually have to go to the market and sign the deal, buy property, get furniture, all of that. And then you need to staff means that you need to get the right people at the right place according to their qualifications, according to their usability. You need to employ people, and then you need to directing is like you need to motivate them from time to time. You need to tell them, okay, we have a common vision, we need to make profit. If the company grows, you grow with us, you also earn more profit indirectly through your salaries. And then you have to coordinate and you have to control. Means you have to see where you are going wrong. Why is this product failing? Why does the cars get discontinued from time to time? I mean, if I take example of Honda or Jazz, if I say. It was one of the models that was overpriced, and even if the product was very good, it could not create much sale. So through coordinating and control function, basically the company reviews, the people reviews the why, where did we go wrong. Okay, these are a basic managerial function. You can fit this explaining anything. Like when you're explaining about entrepreneur, you're explaining about business. You can just write a brief paragraph about it. So yeah, innovation is basically getting different cool ideas, if I may say. So this is innovation where you are creating utility. And last topic is left is your promotion. So like I said, the promoter is a person who is basically giving birth to a company, who is basically bringing the artificial life of uh, the company into being. Okay, he is the one who is responsible of creating the company, having that idea, basically germination of idea in his mind, brainstorming and coming up with a plan, talking to people. Like I said, that entrepreneur and promoter are used interchangeably. Okay, and but there can be a little difference that an entrepreneur can hire a promoter to create his company, and vice versa. A promoter can be an entrepreneur as well. Okay, so what is basically happening? This person is basically finding the people who will invest in the company. He's finding the place where he needs to buy. He needs to buy the assets of the company. All this thing is being done by the promoter. All the this paperwork that needs to be done, filing of AOA, MOA, prospectus of a company, getting the subscribers, the people who are the board of directors, the first board of directors of the company. He will be doing all of it. And when he does all of this, he has crucial information at his disposal. Okay, so having disposal, there are chances that promoter might, you know, cheat the company. So it is said that it is a duty of a promoter to have, you know, uh, to be very truthful. So he stands in a fiduciary relationship. Fiduciary relationship is a trustworthy relationship between the company and the promoter. Means he should not make personal profit out of it. Okay, conceives the idea, make primary investigations, see if the idea is viable or not, where the office will be. All these things are done by the promoter. He basically is the one who has to do all these these steps so that the company is formed. Simple as that. Company needs to form the company. Should not make secret profits, do its work properly. Whatever documents are being formed, it should be done in proper lawful manner. Should not get into illegal activities. There should not be any misstatements. Because see, if these documents, the documents that you are filing with the registrar of companies, when you are incorporating the company. So if you do, if there is a glitch, if there is like misrepresentation in these documents, so the company law can hold you accountable. They can, give you even jail time. So that is why it is very important that these documents are, representing the like true nature of the company. Half the time I'm just admitting people. Okay, so when the promoter is doing, he's basically an employee, kind of an employee who is like a first employee of the company, if I may say. So he's of course rewarded. It depends upon what kind of arrangement you have with the promoter. The promoter can the promoter may be doing all this promotion for himself, like he is setting up the company, and he will be running the company. Whereas you can hire promoters. Okay, like I was telling you that entrepreneur might hire a promoter. So what will happen? This promoter will create a company. He will ask for a proper salary, or maybe profit sharing. It depends again upon what is being decided. So in that case, you can give him profit, you can give him shares, or you can give him salary, like that. Yeah, articles of the company, basically, which is the bylaw of the company, they have all these information. Okay, guys. So this first block is completed, and it was basically talking about your very basics of the business. Now we will be continuing the trade and auxiliaries to trade part. Okay, and we are going to start with advertising. This is the the third block that we are going to start. I told you guys yesterday as well that I don't start with the finance one immediately because it is a little bit technical and I just don't want to break the chain. So once we are like discussing commerce, trade to this trade and auxiliary to trade, so I think it's better that we first continue with that and then we come back to commerce later. So on finance later. So on our last date, we will be doing finance. Before that, we're gonna complete the because B3 and B4 it's all your trade and auxiliaries to trade thing. Okay, and this is government and business. So again, this is a very different topic. So starting with B3 and starting with advertising first. Okay, this word I'm pretty sure everyone would have heard, advertising. And yesterday I told you guys that it's one of the auxiliaries to trade, aid to trade, which helps removing hindrance of
Knowledge.
yes, exactly. That you have created the best product. Okay, your product has the best features, the best price, the best components, the best quality, and everything. It's the best. But the problem is that you have created it and no one knows about it. So all of that effort goes to waste. All of that effort goes to waste. So it is very, very important that you make people know that see, I am this person and I have created this product and this is the price and uh, this is where you will be getting it. So you need to just know, you need to let people know, you need to communicate this information to the consumer. Okay, and when we talk about advertising, it's a very amazing concept. I mean, this is one concept that has always intrigued me to know, and because I just love how advertising is aimed at our psyche, how it manipulates our brain, how it conditions us from time to time. That if you really sit and think about it, you'll be amazed and you'll think that you are another type of winter soldier who's getting brainwashed. So yeah, advertising is a non-personal form. So these the points written in red, they are basically your features of advertising. Okay, so advertising is non-personal communication of information. Non-personal, but what do we mean by non-personal? It simply means that it is not directed at A, it is not directed at B, it is directed at everyone. Okay, no one is singling you out. If I see advertisement of a toothbrush, toothpaste, or any car, it is not saying that okay, this advertising is for Nithi, it is this advertising is for Piyush or whatever, like that. Okay, so advertising is non-personal. If I say it's a personal thing is you can identify for who the advertising is for. You can just have a broad category of it. Like say this advertising is meant for children because why? Because it is talking about children's good. This advertisement is for people who drive. So like that you can bifurcate, but you cannot single out anyone. So that is why communication, this advertising is non-personal, and it is paid form. Okay, uh, I don't know how many you would have noted Instagram, Facebook, and your Twitter, all these SNS sites, they are so big on advertising these days, that I mean, it's like unprecedented. When this social networking came into play, the social networking advertising came into play. It was a game changer. So time and again, you would have noticed advertising popping up on these apps, and there are times when it is written sponsored. Like there's a globe, and then next to the globe, it will be written sponsored. So what does that mean? It simply means that someone has paid for this. Okay. So advertising's next feature is it's a paid form. You need to pay for advertising. If you don't pay for advertising, you won't get anything. I mean, while I was a student and while this social networking websites were coming up in 2000, later in 2005 and onwards. I mean, I came across certain profiles who were basically, you know, renting their foreheads, renting their abs, renting their arms for advertisement purposes. I mean, I was amazed that time. I was like, wow, this also happens. So you can advertise anywhere. You just need to pay. You just need to pay and you can advertise anywhere. Right now, very, you know, lit kind of advertising that we see all around us is the influencers, the so-called influencers, and these people who, you know, make these videos on Instagram, on YouTube, and 99% of us think that whatever they are saying is correct, which is not, which is definitely not. So you need to be wary of these advertising techniques. So first thing, it's non-personal, then it's paid for. You definitely pay for it. It's not for free, and it's persuasive in nature. Of course, they're trying to pursue you. They're trying to change your habits. They're trying to change your preferences towards their product. So when we teach advertising, there is an amazing concept in marketing, that is the STP approach. Of course, you don't need to study it, but just know for your knowledge that is your STP, that is your segmentation, target, and positioning. Okay, basically you need to break the whole market into smaller segments. You need to know where you want to advertise your thing. Then you need to say, suppose you are dealing with the, suppose adults. Okay, you're talking about people who are over and above 18 years of age. Then you need to bifurcate what kind of adults you're going to talk about. Say you're talking about just menswear. So your target will be people who are 18 plus and who are male. So that is your target. You segmented it, you targeted it, and then you need to position your product. Like you need to create an advertisement that whenever this 18-year-old plus male thinks about winter wear, only your products comes into his mind. Like I don't know if you have seen this ad, because these days this ad does not come. But once it was coming, it was the most irritating ad I had ever seen, and that was the Trivago. So whenever this person used to say hotel, the first thing that used to pop up in many of our minds was hotel. This was Trivago. So positioning is nothing but, you know, placing that product in your mind, and whenever you have a problem, this product comes into your mind. Of course, it should be related. Like if you want a toothbrush, a toothpaste, you won't be thinking about Trivago. You will be thinking about whatever ad there is. Like jingles, you have close-up ads and all that. Okay, so it is persuasive in nature. And identified sponsor. Since you are paying it, you can easily identify and tell, okay, this is the person who paid me. This is the person who paid me. So identified sponsor through various media. Media, we'll discuss what kind of media we talk about. Media is basically the channel that you take through which you communicate your advertising. Okay, so this is the definition, and when you are writing the definition, you need to write these red points little bit in elaboration. Okay, non-personal, paid communication, persuasive, sponsored. Okay, talking about media, like I said, that you need a channel, you need a communication network through which you will be talking to people about your product. So starting with print media. Print media is where you are using words in written form, namely your newspapers, your magazines. Okay, so these newspaper and magazines have a long reach. You can reach a lot of people through these. But the negative point of is that since so much is written, people try sometimes omit the main thing that they need to read. They just see the pictures and they just move on. And also to read this print media, newspaper, magazines, you are supposed to at least be literate. Say I know English and you're giving me a Bengali paper. I'm not a Bengali. I won't be able to read it. So you need to be literate in that language. If you have to read it, you need to be literate. That is the one of the biggest constraints of print media. Also, if I talk about magazine, you need to pay a little bit more. You need to subscribe to it. So when you are placing your advertisements into these print medias, you need to at least know your target audience pretty well. First of all, educated people who can afford a newspaper, who can afford a magazine. Then relevant advertisement. Suppose you are placing a children's ad in an Overdrive magazine. Overdrive magazine is for your automobile industry. That's what it is, where you have cars and different type of vehicles. So placing that ad, children's toys ad, Hamley's ad in that book will not serve you well. So when you choose your media, you need to see what you are targeting at. What is your pocket allowing you to target at? And then like that you choose. Okay? The relevant language, the relevant timing, the frequency of that ad. Okay? Children usually sleep by 7 to 9. Children sleep early. So if you are showing the ad at 11 in the night, no one would be seeing it. In like today, if you talk about the contemporary times, children are like one of the biggest decision makers about when you are going about buying stuff. Parents these days do ask their children what you want to have. They have a say in it. So it is equally important that these ads are placed at the right time and the frequency you decide. I gave an example yesterday that why the same ad is played numerous times throughout the day. The simple reason, because we consume data, we consume this content so much that we tend to forget it. So the advertiser just wants us to remember it. He just wants us to not forget his product. When we used to be in school, and when you used to collect copies, many people used to pile their copies up above, like the first thing that teacher sees, because when they are that so confident that I have written a good answer, so they used to go take their notebook up at from the bottom of the pile and keep it above. This is what basically the advertiser is doing. So when you see so many ads, suppose his ad goes at the back of your mind, and he again plays the ad. Now this ad is at the front of your mind, so you remember it. So that is why the frequency is very important uh, for these advertisers. So yeah, after print comes your radio. Radio is one of the cheapest form of communication advertisement that there is. Even today, when the mobile phones and when they're like it's so cheap, still many of the rickshaw pullers, if you see, the people who are in rural areas, if you see, who are not that who are basically humble in their resources, these people still listen to radio, and it has a wide reach. It has a wide reach. Even FMs, if you see, it has a wide reach. People listen to them, and since it's just simple language based, again you can easily advertise over there. With time, if you would have noticed that when at least I can say, because I used to listen to this station 95 that we have. Okay, I'm not recalling the station name, but earlier it used to have such less ads. But with time, it has also increased the ads, because this is how they earn. I hope you do know how these people earn. Why do they place the ads so much? Because the advertiser pays them through that channel. They pays them. That's why they should keep on repeating the ads. Okay, so radio has a very wide reach and it is cheaper, so it has good dissemination effect of this your product. Okay, then you have television, of course. Earlier, if you would have noticed that these OTT apps, many of the apps did not have any advertisements. Even if I talk about YouTube, no advertisement was there. But if you talk about last 5, 7, 6 years, there is an advent of advertising on these OTT, because this is how they earn. The content was pretty free earlier, but now since the cable network thing is not that sought after, so these OTT ads, these OTT players, they started putting ads. Now I think Netflix is the only provider which has no ads, if I'm not wrong. I think everyone has ads now, right? Any other OTT platform that does not have ads apart from Netflix? So only it has, right? Can anyone name?
Prime.
No, ma'am, I don't think there is any other app.
Prime has ads. Prime has
Yeah,
ads.
it does have ads.
So, if you really want to, understand the algorithm and understand the rationale about why these ads come into play and how they, this SOE works, you guys should really watch that documentary on Netflix, the Social Network, I think. No, it wasn't the Social Network. Okay, I'm not recalling the name, but it talks about how this algorithms work and how ads are placed in our content. The social? No, it was not the Social Network. I'm not recalling the
Social dilemma, I think.
Social Dilemma. Right, right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Social Dilemma. Really, it's very intriguing thing to know. Watch it if you have time. Okay, coming to television, yeah, as I was saying, the again you place your ads like whenever you feel like is the right time. The target audience, your target audience will be watching the TV, so you place the ads accordingly. Like I gave you an example, like children usually sleep early, so if your target audience is children related products, so definitely you will be showing the ads at that appropriate time, not late in the night at 11 because they won't be watching it anyway. Okay, films. Okay, there is this concept. Mm, I don't know if how many you could have noticed. Which was that movie? Veere the Wedding, in which Sonam Kapoor, Kareena Kapoor, all of them are there. This was one of the movies that I noticed would have been like absolutely free for the producers. Why do I say that? Because there is so much content marketing happening in that film that I think it would have gone absolutely free for them, the budget, because they would have gotten so much money from the sponsors. So what is happening, guys? Ki suppose there's a film, okay, and especially okay, I'll give you an example. If you guys watch K dramas, specifically in K dramas, if that K drama producer had contacted say Kia, okay, so Kia will say just show my car in the program, just show my car in the program. So it is so funny to see at times that every car you see in a frame in the movie in the program will be of Kia only. No other car will be shown. So this is a way of advertising. Just let people see your car only or your product only. Like sometimes a scene would be playing and they would be having coke in their hands and they would just have a dialogue. Arey, even I want to have a coke. So that is how they advertise, and you would have noticed this as well when you don't feel like that this producer has contacted you for free advertising. You don't want to do free advertising. You will hide the label or you will blur the label. So this is why it is done, because they don't want to freely advertise any product. They don't want to endorse any product for free. Okay, that is how films are used for advertising. Then you have internet marketing, internet advertising. You are well aware of about that. You open a product and that product will follow you since for like so many days. You want to buy suppose a car or anything you want to buy. You just Google it, and the same ad will pop up anywhere you go on the internet. That is basically through cookies that they do it. You know that how they retrieve the information from our phones, our laptops, how they retrieve the information. That is how they do it. Outdoor media, of course, you have billboards, you have big posters that you place. You can place your advertisements over there, and since again the reach is a lot, that people coming going will be seeing your product. They will be being reminded of the product. Okay, and then there's like n number of advertising. You don't need to do all of this. Again, guys, please let me remind you that these PPTs are for revision purposes, just for your knowledge purposes. You don't have to base your studies on these. Your studies needs to be based. Why I am not opening all the like the material, simply because if I open it, it will take a lot of time. This is basically summarized form. Okay, so that is why we are doing through it. Functions of advertising, it's a tool of marketing, it is a means of communication. Okay, you need to let people know. Again, same thing. Okay, yeah. Let us know. Publicity, where is publicity? Okay, yeah. So advertising, wait, let me do media first. Okay, objectives advertising I did not cover. So why do we do advertising, guys? First of all, to let people know, we have already discussed it. There can be n number of uses of a product. Okay, there can be a new product in the market. There can be a new use of the product. Like I don't know if I clearly remember when I was like in the 90s, if we talk about in the early 2000s, if we talk about, there were no ads that claimed that brushing your teeth twice was better. It came out later that there can be alternate uses, or they could be if you brush your teeth twice a day, it's better for you. So why are they doing it? Because once you do it twice, you will be using more of the product. When you use more of the product, you will be buying more of the product. Simple as that. Okay, the advertisers, these people are very smart. They just want that people should be, keep on buying our products. That's how they will make money, right? So advertisement lets people know all these things. They let you know all the features about the product. Okay, they let you know that okay, I'm the new player in the market. They can be alternate uses of the product, like that. Okay, so these are all objectives of your advertising. Types we have already discussed. Print, okay, brochures, flyers as well. Yes, I skipped this. Brochure and flyers, guys, of course you would know that brochures are basically for very technical products, where they'll be explaining all the features, written all the benefits you derive out of a scheme or whatever. So that's how brochures come into play. They are basically provided if asked. They won't be giving you brochures like that, but if you go to an event, they will be handing out you these things because that is the event they are affiliated to. Flyers you will be seeing in your newspapers, attached with your newspapers, and even sometimes these people come and just throw it in your verandas and all. So flyers also give information about local businesses that is nearby around and giving you discounts or schemes like that. So again, print media, if you can't read, you can't understand any of this. So advantage, disadvantage, guys, it's pretty simple. They're overlapping. You can read this yourself. Outdoor Olympic signs, billboards, car signs, yeah. Car signs, like car also places advertisements on their doors. Even if you have seen, autos have advertisements on themselves. So they are basically paid for it. Broadcast. Covert advertising in movies, where they basically place the products in the feature, in the film or in the scene, like I was telling you. Okay, this is, you don't need to do this surrogacy. Let me just yeah, social causes, advertisement for social causes, that is basically the government basically trying to alert you about things, where like suppose polio advertisement is there, where they tell that okay, the drops are free, please go and get it done. Like when the vaccination advertisements come, they're basically from the government for welfare purposes. So government also do advertisements. Celebrity advertisements you see all over, where these celebrities endorse the products. Okay, now coming to publicity. So, guys, one of the staple questions is your difference between advertisements and publicity as well. There is a lot of difference between both. So, yeah, it's a good question that comes. While your advertisement is a paid form, publicity is not. Publicity is basically for free. Okay, where advertisement has generally good effect, publicity can have unfavorable effect as well. But still, that is, they say that bad publicity is also good like publicity. So there's no such thing as bad publicity. Basically, you are generating a buzz about your product. Okay, it's a non-personal communication again. Similarly, like your advertisement, it is not directed to one person. It is directed to a lot of person. Again, identified sponsor, and not paid. It is not paid. Your advertisement is paid for. Okay, publicity is not paid. Like suppose I'll give you an example. Few days back, this the Priyanka Chopra's movie came. I am not able to recall the movie. Okay, there's this movie that came a few months back.
Matrix.
Which one?
Matrix.
Yeah, right, exactly. Matrix came, and there was this news in the market that Priyanka Chopra has removed her surname from Jonas from Twitter handle and Instagram handle. So she just did that. She just removed the name, and it was the newspapers and these media houses who were creating articles for her. So basically, this was the type of publicity. This was something that she did, and these people just starting to, write articles on their own, started to speculate that okay, they are going to get divorced. It was just to create buzz about the movie because Matrix was getting released that time. So this is how publicity works. Raki Sawant keeps on doing something or the other time and again because she wants to be she wants to be uh, remembered. She does not want to be forgotten. So that's why she does that. She is not paying anyone. Remember this thing. She is not paying anyone. Priyanka Chopra does not pay anyone. She just did something, and just these people started writing things on their own. That created buzz around about them. Okay, so this is what your publicity is. Yeah. Okay, you can go through this difference, and you can also read the difference that is in your notes. It's very simple. Okay. This is done. So advertisement is done. Okay, no, wait. I need to take 2-3 topics more. First is your role of advertising in the society. So, guys, generally this question also comes. It's a very good question that comes. That what do you think about the role of advertising is in the society? So it's a very funny thing because first of all they'll write points against advertising, then they will write points in favor of advertising, where they'll be refuting the points which are against advertising, and then they'll be giving a mixed answer. So when this question comes about what role does this advertising plays in society, so you also have to do the same thing. You have to provide arguments first, against, and then in favor, and then you have to conclude it. Please don't forget to conclude it. Write it in your own words. What do you think is the thing about it? Okay. So first point, it says that it leads to higher prices. How higher prices? Because the expenditure that is there on advertising is humongous. If I talk about say a movie, okay, the budget of the movie might be 5 crores, and advertising would be double the amount. It would 10-15 crores because you need to let people know these stars go from one city to another, hold press conferences, visit this and that. They're just trying to basically let people know that this movie is coming. So that it entails money. So that is why they say ki for no reason they are spending so much money. There's so much expenditure. So it's not good. And when they spend so much money, indirectly this expenditure on advertisement is added to the cost of the product. And when you add it to the cost of the product, it leads to higher prices. Okay, so when you are pricing a product now, what do? You see your cost, and then you add little bit profit, and then you say okay, this is the price. Price has two components, cost and your profit. Okay, so it leads to high prices in this way, that whatever money they are spending on this advertisement, it is indirectly added to the cost of the product. Second, it says that it leads to monopoly. How? That when you are advertising so much and people are, looking at advertisements and they're buying your products. So eventually what will happen? They get addicted to your products. So in a way you will create monopoly. So monopoly is what? Monopoly is where there is one seller and many buyers. So when you are advertising, the customers will keep on buying your product. They become loyal to your product. And that is how a monopoly is created. It says inefficient resource allocation. Inefficient resource allocation, how? That, okay, the people who have more money, they'll be spending a lot of money to get the resources. So these are the people who will be creating products more. So in a way, the people who can pay will get the resources, and the people who can't pay will not get the resources. So that is how inefficient and resource allocation is there. Then it says that advertising creates undesirable social effects. Like if you see advertisements of cigarettes, and young people they are driven to it. You see ads of alcohol, clubbing, and all that. You are influenced by it. Okay, so undesirable social effects are also there. And it says that freedom of press is taken away. How? Because these advertisers, they pay a lot of money to media houses. Now when you pay these money to media houses, the media houses will write whatever you want to write. You want them to write. So in a way you buy them. So when you buy them, you take away their freedom. So freedom of press is taken away. And it encourages unnecessary competition. Up, let me tell you, it's a very funny thing, guys, that every other ad says number one in the industry, number one in the market. Okay, and it can't be that every product is number one in the market. So basically, you have comparative ads, like unnecessary competition. Comparative ads, how you will be having Colgate toothpaste in one screen and Pepsodent look-alike in another screen, and they will be saying, okay, when you use Colgate, you get better teeth, better white, the teeth get whitened better, and next you will be saying in the second frame, in the second panel, look-alike of Pepsodent is there, and the teeth are not getting better anyhow. So this is a comparative advertisement where you are saying I am the best in the field, and this other product is not good. So this is unnecessary competition, getting back at each other like that. So now we are going to support, we are going to favor all these points. So earlier it was saying that it leads to higher prices. Now it says it leads to reduction in cost of goods. How? Because when you are buying products, when you are creating advertisements and people are motivated to buy your product, they will be buying more of it over time. So when they buy more of it over time, they will have economies of scale, mass production. When you produce a lot of product, your per unit cost, it decreases. Okay, your per unit costs decreases. So this will lead to reduction in cost of goods, reduction in prices. Does not create monopoly, because what is happening is that first of all, there is no proper evidence that it creates monopoly. Another thing is that if you have resources, you can enter the market. No one is stopping you to enter the market. New players, they can easily enter the market. There is no problem for it. So monopolies are not created. It says that allocation of resources is proper. Why? Because it is based on demand. If my products are selling well, okay, if they are selling well, that means that people like my product. And if people like my product, of course, I will want more resources and I will produce more. So it says that whatever resources are allocated according to demand and not like they're inefficient. Okay, it's a proper allocation. Because I am selling good, people are buying my products. What is wrong in that? Earlier we were saying that advertising was creating undesirable effects. Now it says no, it is not like you can monitor each and every person. Okay, what you might be getting affected by, the other person might not. So it is not possible to monitor everyone has their own brains. They should see and do things according to them, according to their brain, not be like that. So it is not advertisement's fault that people are taking alcohol or people are consuming cigarettes. It's up to them. It's their life. They are taking the decisions. So it is not, you can't say that advertisement is making them do. That is wrong to say. Okay. And it says that no autonomy of press houses is not taken away, because again they say that what is happening is through mass media, this advertisements, mass media earns a lot. Eventually, when they earn a lot, they will do whatever they want because they don't need any more funds. So when they don't need any more funds, they will advertise what they want, what they feel is right. So they have autonomy in that case. They are not affected by anyone. It provides useful information, generation of employment. Okay, guys. So when this question comes, you have to write both points and then you have to give a conclusion in your own words. Okay. Effective advertisement, again, guys, same point said. It should be good. It should be desirable. The message should be clear, not vague. People should understand. The brand name should be like that. That people are able to take the name. It should be exclusive. That people recognize. Like if I say Vodafone ad. If I talk about Vodafone ad, people used to recognize the ad just by the dog. So it is exclusive. It is different. You can believe that. Like these days, though, you have unbelievable ads where a child is being born and straight away he goes and start playing with the phone. So the ads usually should be. Yeah, Dipanshu, tell me.
मैम बेसिकली मेरा जो वाईफाई है ना वो मतलब थोड़ा दिक्कत कर रहा है, तो मैं अपने मोबाइल से कनेक्ट कर रहा हूँ, तो मैं अभी रिजॉइन कर सकता हूँ क्या?
Yeah, everyone is like, most of the people are again and again going and joining. So of course you can.
ओके।
Okay, I'm not reading your messages side by side, guys. You can just, whatever you want to say, you can. These things are okay. Music videos also does this a lot, promote beats, headphones, and stuff. Yeah, of course. That is how they do it. Advertisement is pervasive. It's like everywhere. Cinema mein tobacco. See, of course, why do they show the tobacco ad in the cinema? Because they want you to know that okay, this is how these are the ill effects of tobacco, but people still do it. So again, you can't pin it on advertisement that advertisement is making them do. No, it is up to them. This is the product that they're creating. This is business for them. Okay, like that. Yeah, attractive, minimal call, appropriate media. Guys, these are again the same points that I have already discussed. Timing, frequency. So this block is over. Guys, if you have any questions, you can like side by side keep on asking them. Okay, because the problem with us is that the syllabus is so long, like like it's so much to do that I just can't stop and again keep on repeating. I just have to talk about it and move on, talk about it and move on. Okay, so this is how it will be because it's a lot to cover and we have limited time. Yeah, advertising media we've already discussed. Okay, yeah, about advertising agency. I'll just brief you guys that advertising agencies are the people who are basically the experts in the field who basically know how to create advertisements. See, you might not be good with the camera, might not be good with the idea. So these people, you hire these agencies, and these people basically listen to your requirement that okay, this is the ad we want, and this is the timing of the ad we want. I don't know how many of you who know about this that there is a full version of ads as well. If you go on YouTube and you write about any ad, okay, so these advertisements, they have 2 minute play time, 3 minute run time, like that. But the ads we see on TV, eventually if it's a new ad, okay, it will come for say 20, 25, 30 seconds. 30 seconds, so it's a lot of time. 10 seconds, 20 seconds it comes, and eventually when the product becomes famous or people know about the product, they will reduce the time of the ad, like say only 2 seconds, 5 seconds, like that. Okay, so when a new ad is there, they will give it more time, and later on they will not. And the full version of this ad, because you spend so much on creating an advertisement, and you just don't want like this just small runtime to be there, so they upload it on the YouTube of the official channel of that product. So they have 2 minute ad, 3 minute ad over there, 5 minute ad over there, like that. So these agency houses, these sorry, advertising agencies, they are the people who are creating these ads. You hire them. They're basically the third party that you hire them, and they just tell you the budget, and this is a budget, and this is what we want. So they create the different versions of it. Some 10-second version, 5-second version, 20-second version, like that. And YouTube has all these full versions of these ads. Okay. All right, so that was your advertising, guys, which is your one of aid to trade, and it was removing your hindrance of knowledge. Okay, so next thing that we discuss is home trade and channels of distribution. So guys, you can say that your transportation and your warehousing function is coming into play over here. Your warehousing and your transportation is coming into play over here, and transportation removes hindrance of place, right? Whatever you want reaches you on time at any place. That is the removal of hindrance of time, place. And your warehouse function, it removes the hindrance of your time, timely availability. How? Because you already have a stock. You just call your warehouse and that person just delivers it through transportation. Okay. All right. So guys, coming to trade distribution channels. So what happened is that the route, the route that which the product takes from the point of production to the point of consumption, that is your distribution system. Okay, that is your distribution channel through which trade is facilitated, through which there is a smooth continuous flow of goods and services. Okay, whatever you want, you call and it comes on time at the right place. We discussed trade. Trade was of like internal trade, external trade, and then there was wholesale, there was retail, there was export, import, and entreport. Basically, we'll be discussing these as well as your trade channels. So, what is a trade channel? What is distribution system? It is nothing but the route that you take, the basically the movement of goods from the point of production to point of consumption. आपको you just need to make these products available. That is what the distribution channel is doing. Okay, and there are certain functions that the distribution channels do. I will be reading this once. I won't be repeating them because throughout the retail and wholesale points, these points will be repeating because they are similar. Okay, so these distribution channels, they buy and assemble. Okay, they buy from different places and they assemble it and they sell it off. Either they sell it off directly to the consumer or they give it to the middlemen. Now, what are middlemen? We'll discuss. Standardization and grading. So, whenever you are producing goods, they need to be of a certain quality. Okay, they need to be of a certain quality. That is basically standardization. The whole lot should be of the same quality. And the grading is done like you say, okay, this is the costliest, this is less costly, and this is the cheapest. Like in case of fruit, if you would have seen, apples have stickers on it. Different fruit have stickers on it. So basically, that sticker is generally put on by the wholesaler. What he does, good, costly, sweeter fruits are graded and kept in a one lot, and then the quality decrease, and that's how they put it. So even if you go to a normal fruit seller, he will be selling the same item. Say he sells apples, so he will say this lot is for 100 rupees per kilo. This is for 90. This is for 70. So this is your basically grading. Grade is being done. Okay. Then you have branding. Brand, I just told you that putting that sticker on means you have created a brand. Okay. So these middlemen, they also create their own brands. They will buy from farmers. They will buy from different sources, standardize and grade them, and then put their stickers. That's a brand. Brand name will be there on the sticker generally. Okay. And they will be packing these products as well, different cards and different type of packaging they'll be doing, and they'll be then giving it to the next party. Okay, channel of distribution have already functions. Okay, transactional function is basically, guys, when you are buying from one place and then you're selling, basically when there is an exchange of hands taking place, that's a transactional function of the distribution channel. Logistics is movement, the physical movement of that product from one place to another. And then the after sale services, the maintenance, the marketing, the providing of information, whatever is done is through facilitative function of that channel of distribution. Okay, the three types of your transactional, logistical, and your facilitative functions, the functions that it does. Now talking about channel of distribution. Now, what is the channel of distribution? Like I said, how does the product is made available to the final consumer? It can be through direct channel, it can be through indirect channel. Let me show you through this diagram. You will get it better. So guys, what is happening over here? This is the producer. Okay. So the producer, when selling directly to the consumer, It's a direct channel. You have direct contact with the consumer. Okay, you are directly selling it off to the consumer. That is the direct channel, level 0. Then you have producer selling it to the retailer, and the retailer sells it to the consumer. Okay, you have phones, you have cars. Okay, so these people, they get the cars from the producer, and this retailer, this car retailer, will sell it to the consumer. That is the next level of channel. That's the indirect channel, because there is a middleman involved. So these people, retailer, wholesaler, agent, these people are basically the middlemen or the intermediaries, because they are between the ultimate consumer and the one who is producing the product. Middleman इसलिए बोलते हैं because he this person is these person are in the middle of them, producer and consumer. So the producer will sell it to the retailer will sell it to the consumer. Now the producer sells it to the wholesaler first. The wholesaler will sell it to the retailer. Now the retailer will sell it to the consumer. Okay, the electronic goods are being sold like that. Then the producer, when selling it to the agent broker, the agent broker sells it to the wholesaler. The wholesaler will sell it to the retailer, and then it will reach the consumer. Now these channels have their own advantage, disadvantage, depending upon if the product is perishable or non-perishable. Consumer goods basically are classified as perishable and non-perishable. Okay, so when the goods are, they have limited life and they will be spoiled very easily, so you would want that this product should be sold off immediately. Okay, and when you think no, the product is durable, you can easily sell it, you know, with patience, and jaldi it won't be getting spoiled, you will say okay, let us take the long channel. Now it is again dependent upon the producer, his pockets, and what kind of product he's selling, how many people it wants to get involved. He will choose it, this channel of distribution. Okay, so you have for consumer goods, and then you have for industrial goods. Industrial goods, we don't say a wholesaler or retailer is there, rather we have industrial distributor and we have agent. Okay, so guys, generally if we say an agent is involved or a broker is involved, they basically bring both parties together. The function of an agent or a broker is to bring two parties together so that they negotiate. Okay, and he will be getting the commission out of it. Similarly, over here in industrial goods, these industrial goods, they are heavy duty goods, like in case of your aeroplanes, your trucks, your heavy machinery, your big computers. So they have huge investments. So that is why they have special agents and industrial distributors in as middlemen. They don't have wholesaler or retailer, because wholesaler, what does he do? Wholesaler is the person who buys in bulk. Retailer buys in small varieties, small quantities. Okay, so industrial distributor, they require heavy investments. So this producer will be selling it to the industrial distributor, who will be selling it to the industrial buyer. Okay, so if this question comes, please do make this diagram. It's important and it explains this pretty well as well. This was your channel of distribution, and the factors, again, this is the thing. Key similar points, key distribution policy, what is the distribution policy, whether I am able to do it or not, what are the characteristics of the product, but it's perishable, non-perishable. So these are similar points. You can easily read it. Yeah, types of middlemen. So I hope middleman is clear. Middleman is a person who is between the producer and the consumer. This middleman is also known as intermediaries, and they can be functional middlemen or merchant middlemen. Functional middleman is one who does a lot of functions, as the name says. But there's a difference over here, because the functional middleman is not the owner of the products. Let me explain one little bit of a concept over here between what is meant by being owner of a product, having title of goods, and being the possessor of the goods. So guys, understand this thing, that ownership means that you have paid for the product. Okay, ownership means you have paid for the products, and possession means that a product is with you for certain period of time. You are not the owner. Just remember this difference. Okay, just remember this difference. So what is happening over here, the functional middlemen are not the owners of the products. They basically on behalf of the producers sell these products, and they earn certain type of commission on it. So factor is one person, is a type of middleman who would be basically from acting on behalf of this producer, selling the products in its own name or name of the producer, and when these goods get sold off, he will receive a commission from that sale. That is a factor. Broker is a person who brings the parties together. Like I was saying, the broker or the agent, they are basically the people who are bringing the buyer and the seller together. They will negotiate, and he will be earning brokerage, broker commission jo hoti hai, brokerage. Commission again, agent is again a middleman who is basically selling the goods. He takes the possession of the goods, negotiates them, and then he will be making arrangements to transfer the title of the goods. Title of the goods means ownership rights. So commission agents will be also transferring the ownership rights to the person who has bought the product. So again, this commission agent will be earning a commission on it. Del creditor agents are special type of agents which take into account the bad debts. What happens is that when you do credit sale, so sale can be in cash, like you're paying cash and things are getting done, but most of the business is done on credit. जिसको हम हिंदी में उधार बोलते हैं, loan, kind of a loan. Okay, so what happens is that you are selling the products right now, and you are getting the payment, say 3 months, 6 months, 9 months after. So there are chances that this person, this person who bought the product is not paying you. So this thing that is not paid is called as bad debts. So these del creditor agents, they take the responsibility of these bad debts. So because of that, they assume the risk of having bad debts. So they get del creditor commission for that. So this is the special type of functionality that they're providing, that they're taking care of the bad debts as well. Then you have auctioneers. Auction, I'm pretty sure everyone would know that they basically expensive goods they hold up, like in a hotel or something. They will be paintings and whatever things needs to be sold, and this person will be having a hammer in his hand, and then they'll be bidding. They will be bidding, and the highest bid generally wins. That is your auction. Again, he's not the owner, he's just acting on behalf of the producer. So after functional middlemen, you have merchant middlemen. So these merchant middlemen, they are basically the owners. Okay, they are basically the owners, and they acquire the title of the goods. Title of the goods basically means that they have paid for the product, and now they will be selling the product. Okay, so like we have wholesaler and retailers. These are basically your merchant middlemen, and the wholesaler buys directly from the this producer in case agent or a broker is not involved, and this wholesaler will basically buy in cash. It's one of the functionalities that is provided to the producer, that these wholesaler, see again I'm saying these wholesaler retailers, they are doing many overlapping and multiple functions, okay, providing to each other. Like wholesaler will be buying in cash from the producer, and they also at times give big advances. So in a way they helps in financing. Okay, similarly when wholesaler is selling to the retailer, it can also provide credit sales. So retailer is getting funded, right? And when a wholesaler, I'm pretty sure I've been repeating it, that wholesaler is a person who buys in bulk, okay, and sells in quantities that are required by the retailers, which is not much. Okay, the wholesaler is a person who keeps the stock ready at fields, on the field, And whenever there is a requirement, the retailer can simply go to the wholesaler and get more of it. So wholesaler in a way assumes a lot of risks. Okay, wholesaler assumes a lot of risk. How? Because they are keeping huge quantities of a single product of a product, and whatever happens, the demand gets better or worse, they have to bear the consequences. Whereas a retailer is someone who is buying in small quantities, but a lot of varieties there. Like when we go to buy a pen, n number of pen are there with the stationery shop. You can easily, go about. Okay, no, give me a cello one, give me a luxo one, like that. Whereas a wholesaler who is dealing in cello pens will only have cello pens. Of course, different models, but will be only having cello pens. Okay. All right. So wholesaler and retailer, role of middleman. Again, the I won't be repeating. This is almost similar points. That it's convenient to customers. They provide field stocks. Field stock. I just said that whenever you require the product, you just go to the wholesalers and you can buy them. Financing. I was telling that they buy in bulk, pay advances. You provide after sales services, communication channel. They basically see what happens is that suppose there's a new product in the market, and the producer has sold it to the wholesaler. The wholesaler has sold it to the retailer. Retailer is sold to the customer. Now customer is the one who is using it. Now it the communication is two-way, because there are times when the customer fills a feedback form. Okay, when a customer fills a feedback form, the retailer takes note of it, and whatever shortcomings are there in the product, it can be communicated to the wholesaler. The wholesaler communicates this shortcomings to the back to the this producer, who can make corrections to the product. So there's a communication happening that is two-way. One is you are giving the products to them, and next is you are also providing valuable information how to better the product to the producer. So this is the functionality. Helps in promotion, of course. You can especially in case of retailers, they have huge boardings of new products that are available to them. So in a way, it helps in promotion as well, like in advertising as well. Okay, guys, see, this is a very general topic, and most of the points are overlapping. So you can elaborate your answer a lot. Okay, though the line, you just don't just write two lines and explain. Whenever things are asked, like 10 marks question, 20 marks question, you have to explain it like as much as you can, as much as examples you can give, like that. Okay, so that is your channel of distribution. I will explaining again ki who is a wholesaler and all that. I'll just come to main points which are left, which is type of retailers basically. Wholesaler types. Okay, yeah. Types of wholesalers, guys, we haven't done yet. So types of wholesalers can be based on the basis of merchandise, what kind of merchandise the wholesaler has, where it is operating, how it is operating, and what is the thing that is he's basically selling, and on geographical coverage. So when the merchandise is as such that the products are completely unrelated, so that will be a general merchandise wholesaler. Okay, when the products are completely unrelated, like you have say clothes, you have electronic goods, like that, unrelated products. When there is a single line happening, like when you have the same product in the same line, like you have convenience goods, yeah, you have consumer goods, that is a general line wholesaler. And when you have specialty goods, that say you are selling a special kind of a cloth, like cashmere shawls or leather goods, so you become specialty wholesaler in that regard. If you are providing service, you are a service wholesaler. It can be marketing, packing, bagging, all that, advertising. Limited functions, like you are carrying one or two functions, like you are just packaging or grading, like that. You can be local wholesaler on the territory covered, local, district, and regional, like the geography that you cover, like that. Functions I've already repeated. Services. See, the services to the manufacturers, to the retailers, they're almost overlapping and similar points, because whatever we have discussed, Like first of all, they will be placing large orders to the manufacturers. The manufacturers have incentive to produce. They have upfront cash. They have like upfront cash. They also get credit from the wholesalers, right? So also they provide information because they're in regular touch with the retailers. They'll be providing them information and they can do better with the products. Yeah, almost similar point. Let me not repeat it. Services to the retailers, you can similar you can read it. Yeah. So the next question that comes, uh, the next question that comes is whether we should eliminate the wholesaler or not. Okay. So guys, again, it depends what are the circumstances, because see, everything has pros and cons. Of course, having wholesalers facilitate in the sense that you get credit, you get money, or you get information. There are positives to it, but there are a lot of negatives to it as well. Negatives being that when these middlemen, get involved, the benefit that you could provide to the customers gets diluted. Say suppose the product is for 10 rupees. The cost of the product is 10 rupees. And after involving these middlemen, you have to, like, you can't sell the product. Even if you, as a producer, you want to sell the product at 10 rupees, you can't sell it at 10 rupees to the consumer. Why? Because once you sold it, sell it to the wholesaler. Suppose you sell it for 12 rupees. Now this wholesaler in turn will sell it at 14 rupees, and now this retailer will sell it at 20 rupees. So that is why we have MRPs. That is why we have MRPs, that is the maximum retail price, that is need to be put on these products. Okay, so it is up to, first of all, the circumstances that is entailing. Because guys, just give me a second. There's just a second. Yeah, sorry guys, there was an important call I had to take. Yeah, so it depends whether we have to eliminate. So when this question comes, you have to write the pros, then you have to write the cons, and then you have to give the conclusion to it. Okay. Am I audible, right? I'm not getting any response. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. I mean, if you have any questions, you can side by side ask. Okay. Apart from retail wholesalers, we have retailing. Now, retailer has different purpose, being in the distribution channel. Okay. The products here are basically for personal use. They are for the ultimate consumers. Like I was saying, from the point of production to the point of consumption. To the point of consumption, these customers, they have a uh, direct touch with the retailers. They will be going to the retailer. They won't be going to the factory outlet to buy bread. They won't be going to the factory outlet, right? So they will be going to the retailer. And these retailers are generally small businessmen. No, they generally can't be like, they're not like always small. They can be big departmental stores, supermarkets also. But yeah, these retailers are basically the point of contact between uh, this point of contact for the customers. So the customers knows where to go. Generally, they don't go to the companies and get stuff. Okay. Functions, again, estimating the demand. Like I said, that they provide information from the customers to the people who are basically producing the goods. The backward flow of communication. So of course they estimate the demands, they get the goods, transportation, storage, grading, packaging, risk bearing. See, again, risk is one point that you can fit anywhere, because risk is everywhere. Okay, they have a risk that some of the quantity does not get sold, people don't want it, like that, and they're selling services. I'm not going to repeat these points. Types of retailers. So type of retailers, guys, you have itinerant retailers, the people who are on move, like your hawkers and peddlers and your markets. You have Tuesday market, Monday market, Saturday market, Sunday market. So these people are moving. So when these people are moving, they are itinerant retailers, hawkers and peddlers, the people who keep on, coming in your lanes to sell off products. And then you have fixed shop retailers, you small, and then you have large. Fixed shop is that you have to go. Itinerant retailers are someone who are coming to you. Fixed shop is now you have to go to them. Okay. Small holders, general merchandise, specialty shops, second-hand shops, departmental stores. You would have seen that the big departmental stores that sell goods which are basically durable. Perishable goods are basically sold by supermarkets. Of course, they have like n number of varieties with them. It can be durable and it can be non-durable as well. Multiple shops, like chain shops that you have, like your Bata, you have your McDonald's, chain stores, basically, franchisees. Mail order house, where you are basically selling through mails. Consumer cooperative societies, super bazaar. I mean, okay. Hire purchase. Let me tell you, hire purchase is a system that basically you buy. You don't buy. You basically take possession of a good. Like, say it happens in truck businesses generally. So what will you do? You will take a truck. Okay, you buy a truck. You start paying on installments. Okay, for using that product. Once the installments are paid, you have the option to buy it. So that is your hire purchase, discount houses, and automatic vending, that this automatic kiosks that you have, like where you put the notes, you punch in the code, and that product just comes. That is also a type of retailer. It's pretty general, guys. I mean, nothing like anything technical that I need to explain over here. So yeah, okay, I'll stop here because we're almost up the time. Now you can please start putting your tendencies. Start putting your tendencies. Start leaving your tendencies, guys. And any one of you can please help me like yesterday. You can start from Rahul Kumar. That is 8:56 p.m. And please copy and paste and just mail it to me, like many of you kind souls did yesterday, because I have my laptop does not permit me to copy paste. I don't know why, but I just can't copy paste it. Please put your tendencies. I won't be considering the attendances that were put before this time. Starting with Rahul Kumar, 8:56 p.m. And one of you please wait for a while till all attendances start put, and you can just copy paste and mail it to me. I'll drop my email again. Do you have any questions? You can ask me, guys. I mean, see, it's a lot of information to take, and I do understand that many of you might be doing it for the first time. So don't hate the subject. Give time. Be patient. 90% of the things are very general, that once you read it, you listen to it, you will be able to write it on your own. No problem at all. Technical part, I try to explain the rationale behind why we are doing this. and then you need to just be creative and explain things. I'll stop the presentation as well. Please drop your attendances. Everyone done? Yeah, and now please, any one of your kind souls can just, copy paste and mail it to me. I'm waiting for a mail. Copy paste this in a text file. Just please mail it to me.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah,
We have a small request.
yeah, please.
We have made one WhatsApp group, in
Okay.
which most of the students are there,
Mm-hmm.
and we wanted you to join that group as well, so that you can provide us with information whenever required.
Okay, this
Ritika
is the
ma'am has
group.
already joined the group.
This is the group.
I think, yeah, that is the group.
I'll
Let me
join.
just check once.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, this
Uh,
is the group.
okay.
Alok Mandal has already sent
Yeah,
the
yeah,
link
yeah.
to the group. Can you please join it kindly?
Absolutely, I can join it. And then I'll do one thing. I'll share all these PPTs and everything on this group as well. Okay.
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Joined. Okay. Mail. Meanwhile, guys, please go through these topics, and of course, in the next class, we'll continue from here. And you can, of course, ask me questions, whatever doubts you have. Okay. Got it. Thank you so much for the attendance. Yeah. Thank you so much, guys. Have a good night, and I'll see you on Monday. Bye bye.
Bye,
Good night,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Bye,
Bye,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Bye now.
Thank you, ma'am. Bye, ma'am.
Bye, ma'am.
Have you
Good night.
received the email?
Yes, yes. Thank you
Good
so
luck,
much. Thank you
ma'am.
so much. Good night. Thank you.